Oh, no. Okay. Welcome to the Ordinance Committee meeting. All the time. April 10th, 6 p.m. We're here at not the Public Safety Building. We ended up having to move, but thankfully everyone found their way here. What we're going to do is just so you'll know, again, everyone knows that we allow for 15 minutes of public comment, 3 minutes each. I do have one person I'm going to invite up first because she needs to speak on something that has nothing to do with what's on the agenda, and you're going to speak very quickly, right? No, there's no trying. You will. And then we'll start the whatever. Okay. So we have. It's two teachers sitting here. I'm going to warn you. So we have Counselor Hamel is here and Counselor Seither. Counselor Katerina is chair. So we're all here. May I have approval of the minutes for March 13th?
So moved.
Second.
And any comments or anything on them?
Nope.
All in favor? That's unanimous. And let's start public comment. And I'm going to invite Ms. Foley Ferguson, just here with them. Keep it short there, so we can get into the.
Okay, this is my business, so it's important.
And I don't know, I'm not exactly sure. Keep going.
Suzanne Foley Ferguson, owner of Bill's Old Fashioned Ice Cream on Veranda Street in Portland, Maine. I used to own one also here in Scarborough. I'm running it as a business owner who has been operating a retail ice cream store since 2010. This year I'd like to expand my business by leasing a building that's already in existence at Route 77 and Black Point Road. It's a retail ice cream store at Moorbrook Farm. It was a part of Moorbrook Farm, which is also called Harmon's Farm Market. The original farm building was permitted in 2015. The additional building was permitted, the original building was permitted in 1974, the original farm stand. The additional ice cream building was permitted in 2015. The current owner is selling the property and the closing is scheduled for May 1st. The new owners are conservation buyers. But under the rules of rural farming zone, the new owners, nor anybody that they lease to, will be able to operate that retail ice cream store because the rules of rural farming say 51% of the dollar amount of gross retail sales per calendar year be from products grown or associated with commercial agriculture on the property. I wrote a letter. It's much longer than this, but I'm going to be quick. I have a problem I'm hoping you guys will help me with.
Mm-hmm.
I would like the Ordinance Committee to make changes to the RF zone. I provided you with a list of farms that might be affected. However, Autumn and in the planning department and Mr. Longstaff wasn't sure how many people actually have farm stands where this would affect or not. But note that the current use program for the state of Maine only requires $2,000 of farm income to get tax breaks.
Right.
Your 51% is actually way higher than $2,000. So that's something. But I've proposed some simple changes to section 9R6, section 9R9, and section 9S7 that might be able to be done quickly. I understand that the RF zone has been being looked at by the whole planning department, and they want to make some other major changes, but they think it's going to take about a year.
Yeah.
I don't have a year. Ice cream starts in about a month.
Oh.
So I don't know, whatever you can do to help me, that's good.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
And just so you will know, and my members, fellow members of the committee, hold on, Jean Marie needs to, anyway. I have talked to Autumn, so stay tuned on that. And thank you for bringing that, because that's an interesting conundrum that we have. So, all right, very good. All right, now I'm gonna start the 15-minute clock. Anybody want to get up there and talk? And let us know which item on the agenda, because there's
I'm
two.
here speaking to the cannabis odor ordinance.
Whoops, hold on.
Need that again?
What?
My clock's taking.
Give it an extra 13 seconds. Just start the clock again.
Do you know how to run this?
Start until that green
Do you know how to run this, Liam? Poor Liam. Oh, that was easy, no?
We're on.
Oh, just.
Just
Go,
go for it, Chris.
go.
We're good.
go
I'm
Chris,
here speaking to the cannabis odor ordinance topic, right? My name is Chris McNeil. I'm the owner of Coastal Remedies here, 3 Commercial in Scarborough, Maine. I'm here representing 15 of my partners and employees that are here tonight, and 15 or so that are at home with their families that couldn't be here at this time of night. So I read the proposed ordinance. I like a lot of it, right? Its simplicity is good. I want to let you guys know we're here to help. We're trying to work with the town. We're trying to work with the neighbors. We always have been. We've added more odor mitigation, more carbon filters to my facility, right? I don't think there's been any complaints in a few months. So I just want to let you guys know that we are actively doing things, as I think my compatriots have and are as well, right? But some important questions, right? Like, so a couple of them, like, what do we do about the complainants, right? Because if I wanted to like shut something down, I would just get all my buddies and I would just bombard you guys and I would just call and complain, right? Sort of like the Scarborough moms do on Facebook, where they had an organized group, right? Try to combat the cannabis industry, right? That's real talk though, right? We've seen the complaints. We all know what's going on, but that's a real question I have. How are we going to address that? How are we going to address that minority, and how are we going to address if people are calling and there's been no verified complaint, right?
Mhm.
That's something to consider. I think one of the big ones, well, according to the new rules, the 5 complaints, right, to trigger a council meeting, what's the time frame for that, right?
Mhm.
Obviously, I think, Jill sent you guys an email. That's something in there. I think the big one, I think you're gonna hear some people talk about times, is how are we actually measuring smell? There's been talk in this council about comparing it to light and to noise. Well, light and noise are all measurable, right? And odor is not really. And then we're also talking about the odor from a plant that is legal. The citizens of the state have voted to be allowed. This town has been allowed. Any single person in these neighborhoods can have an indoor grow that doesn't need your approval, that can smell. I mean, any person can have an outdoor grow, right? So those are some real questions. Just, I think those are really the bigger questions before this ordinance,
Mhm.
the details, but that you guys should be addressing. And I think really the last thing that I'll say is there's a lot of stigma with the cops and weed, right? And cannabis, right? So having them be part of the enforcement of the smell, that's interesting and weird, but I also think it brings up an important thing. The police, and I think in many ways, you folks, whoever represents the town, need to be doing a better job educating the citizenry of what the laws are, right? So like, you could go watch a million YouTube videos about people filming in public. You can watch a million YouTube videos about people carrying their guns in public, and you watch the people call, and the good police officers who do their job say they'll answer the complaint, but they also have some education to the complainant. And I think that's been lacking a lot in this scenario for the past couple of years. Just some education to the complainants, right? So that's all I really had to say. I appreciate the time and effort into this. And really the last thing I have to say is I know more changes are coming. There are bigger things in the horizon. Like, I'm here, my people are here. We're not going away. Like, we will be at this meeting every single month and twice on Sundays, because we're going to protect our business. And that's really what it's about, is protecting our investment. Thank you.
I can't meet on Sundays, but.
Neither can
Thank you, Chris. Next. Yeah, come on up. Give us your name and which ordinance item you are speaking on.
My name is David Sapper, Scarborough resident, speaking on behalf of the cannabis stink thing going on.
Mhm.
And I don't know if I'm allowed to just complain about everything since I'm a taxpayer as well, but you know, lilacs, they smell like urine to me.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna start complaining about everything here, or I don't understand what's going on, but cannabis, as the gentleman said, is a plant. It has a particular smell. And it's pretty disturbing about people just starting to say, okay, it smells, and what's gonna go on from here? And the reason why I'm up here is because I need cannabis, okay? I have Cushing's disease. Everything in my body is failing. The only thing that works is cannabis.
Mhm.
You start complaining now about smell, it's gonna go even further. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Behave. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Hi, my name's Pete Mahar, speaking on the cannabis smell ordinance. You know, I don't have a financial stake in cannabis industry. But I can tell you, I grow 3 plants in my backyard recreationally every year. It stinks 2, 3, 4 houses down. You know, there's nothing I can do about it. The neighbors don't seem to mind, you know, nobody's ever said anything to me, but it's something to consider that adjacent to these commercial properties are people like me who, you know, contribute to the smell.
Mhm.
And, you know, it's a, you know, fact to consider that restricting these companies isn't going to eliminate your neighbor growing in the backyard. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Anybody else here?
Hi there, Darlene Smith, 10 Bickford Street. I'm one of the complainants. We've been doing this for 5 years, and it saddens me to think that this industry can't self-police and can't self-regulate and figure out what this is about. We've attended roundtables in 2020. We were asked by the town to be on a working group with several of the growers here. We all worked together to try to come to some reasonable approach that they can sustain. And it's nice to hear that some people are doing it well and they're not a nuisance to neighbors. It's nice to hear that. I always thought it would be nice if they mentored others that are struggling. Maybe it's people don't have the knowledge, skill, or ability to pursue. I just think we all have a right to live within our residence without having to keep our windows closed, without having to, you know, have second year, 2, 3, 4-year-old birthday parties, and that's all you can smell. So I highly support this ordinance change. I'd like to see you send it up to the council for full review. Regarding amortization, I think 5 years is excessive, considering what I learned on the working group is what we heard is every time they put $500 into a suite or into a location, they put $5,000 into their, you know, their assets, which is, you know, lights and fans. And I know how much it must take to run a business, but those things they can take with them. We're not putting people out of business. We're simply saying, if you can't
Please.
be a good neighbor, maybe you should move to an industrial park where the neighbors aren't going to complain. It just makes good
Hey,
sense.
excuse me. I'm
Thank you.
sorry, darling.
That's okay.
If I could remind people, we need to be polite with one another as human beings. They have the right to their opinion. You guys have the right to your opinion, and this is the place to speak about it and not be concerned someone's gonna yell at you on either side, okay? Thank you. Next.
Mike Shannon, 10 Snow Canning Road. I was not planning to speak, but figured I might as well, since we had some extra time. To straighten out the record, we can take some things with us. If I put a percentage on it, about 20% of our business. If you want to cover the other 80%, I'll leave tomorrow. That's a difficult decision, though. We are trying. I think, again, the people that are trying and the people that are taking this seriously, especially like Chris said, we need to be given a chance. We are in an industrial park. That's actually where we are. At one point in time, it wasn't cannabis. It was fish bait, fish guts. I mean, if we want to talk about odor, sure. But again, odor is not measurable. It brings in rodents, pests, flies. Hey, I worked in real estate before I was in cannabis. Okay, if we're not in that building as cannabis, the business owners are going to need a rent to someone.
Mhm.
It's a fishery. Be careful what you wish for. Seriously. I grew up on the ocean. Like, I don't mind the low tide smell. I'm one of the weirdos. Like, I'll take it. I grew up there. It's home to me. Some people feel the same way about farmland. Rotting fish guts and rotting bait's a little bit different. I like the idea that Chris had about educating people. I know Pete mentioned about growing outdoors. I mean, I told you guys verbatim, flat out, I know a couple people that grow on those roads. So if they're gonna grow indoors, there's gonna be some odor, but if they're gonna grow outdoors, there will be odor. It's not something that you can fully keep out of your neighborhood. If you guys get rid of facilities like ours, some of these other residents are gonna grow in their yard because it's gonna be harder for them to access medicine. So I think we've all done our jobs. Again, like I said last month, it's not perfect, but keep working with us because it's improving and it's solvable.
Thank you.
Derek Shirley, People's Not Parties. I help average people and small businesses navigate their local and state governments without picking a political party. So what we have here is I just have one simple question. What is it hurting? No matter how big or how small the smell is, what is it hurting? Is it hurting a 2 or 3-year-old birthday party? Is anyone getting a contact high? I wish it was that simple getting that high. If I could just smell weed and just get ripped, that would be just wonderful. But in reality, we are living in a propaganda world. Cannabis was deregulated by accident. It was never supposed to be illegal in the first place. So what we have here is a prime example of the egg on the skillet, your brain on drugs. That is the example of this propaganda, because at the end of the day, we are wasting how much time, how much effort, how much resources for this? For smelling what? Because it smells like a skunk? So why are we wasting all of these resources and people's time when it's not actually hurting anyone? Seriously. Sure, it's a nuisance. Have you guys walked the streets of Portland? You want to talk about nuisances, people that don't have homes, and you want to cry here about smells? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Honest to God. There are people dying on our streets right now, and you want to hear them cry about cannabis smells. Really? Okay. We'll come to every meeting from here on out. I'll make sure of it. See you there. Thank you. Derek Shirley. I'm a person, not a party. Thank you.
Do we have anyone online? Anybody else?
All right. I am Missy Vayu. I am from Windsor, Maine, home of the largest general store in Maine and the second largest agricultural fair in Maine. Farming. I grew up in rural Maine. I grew up dairy. You know, it's sad that cannabis didn't get categorized in the agricultural world because it's illegal. It's against the law to discriminate against farmers and their odor, their machinery, their anything to provide for Mainers and families. About being a good neighbor. I mean, complaining is one way of not being a good neighbor. 2-year-olds at a party, I mean, that's pretty sad if that particular 2-year-old happened to need life-saving cannabis, and you're making them feel uncomfortable at your birthday party because you smell cannabis. It can go into, I can walk into a school after harvest and nobody will say anything because guess what? I used to walk through those schools smelling like cow manure. I almost brought a demonstration here of a baggie of lobster shells, a baggie of nice cow manure, a baggie of rotting potatoes. Everything that brings money to this state has a smell. Like, have you ever driven past a field of rotting lettuce because they didn't want to harvest it all? It stinks horribly for 3 months until it decomposes into the ground. No neighbor, because guess what? It's a farm. It's indoor farming. We have the largest tomato greenhouse in New England. I wonder how many rotting tomatoes are out there. Nobody's complaining except for people who bought next to a fish factory. I don't understand that. And it just also bothers me coming down to Southern Maine because it comes across as a bunch of snobs.
Mhm.
Put up a bigger fucking fence. Put more carbon filters in your house. All these people are spending hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of dollars to bring in a $500 million industry into Maine. I mean, we can go underground again. We can literally not choose to support the state of Maine's business.
Your time. Thank
Perfect.
you. And we're out of comment time. I went a little over, so thank you. No, this,
Due
that's,
process, you're messing with people's due
Yeah,
process
whatever.
right now. So anyone that you don't feel.
Sir,
like you can report to the
sir.
lawyer, this is due process.
yeah,
And fraud.
good luck.
I like it.
All right,
Yeah.
so
Due
let,
process.
email. Hey, guys.
You're messing with people's due process. This is their opinion.
Okay. Thank you. We're now going to go into discussion on the agenda items. Who would like to start? Who would like to start? Who would like to start? I'm looking at,
So
let's start. Excuse me.
Disable that.
That's good. Okay. Excuse me. Please stop. Or I will stop, I will send everyone out. Because I have the right to do that. Okay? I'm trying to be patient. I've asked for people to behave. So just keep it on the whatever. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hamel.
Question, in
Mhm.
terms of a process question, so you're asked for some discussion, do you want us to respond to public comment, or do you want to?
You can do either, because it now becomes a discussion between the
Right.
three of us and,
Right.
because this is part of putting together whatever it is we're gonna send up to council.
So I'd be happy to lead off on this. This has a bit of history that many of the folks here may not know completely. But cannabis began operations here shortly after the ordinances were adopted several years ago, and Chair Katarina and I worked on that over 18 months to adopt those. And some of this may be repetitive, but I think it's really important for you to realize that part of the reason why we're having an ongoing discussion about it is there was frankly an error made in terms of zoning where the industrial district in Pine Point was extended. There was a thing called an industrial overlay district. And that was supposed to be extended to cover an operation that was right next to the railroad tracks. Unfortunately, by error, that was extended to include an industrial park off Holly and Bickford Street. And since that time, really that's really sort of what's been the core of the problem. We were never able to roll it back at that time or to correct the error. So this really began several years ago. And what we're trying to balance here are several sets of rights, as several people have mentioned fairly well. One is the rights of folks to operate businesses in that area, and the rights of the residents for peaceful enjoyment of their neighborhoods. And it's absolutely true that odor is a very hard thing to track and to identify. That said, there's ways to do that. The first job that I had was in the chemical business, and it was in one of the smelliest places in North America. It was right along the New Jersey Turnpike. And it was where they used to flare gas, and it was a major facility for Exxon Chemical and Exxon Refining. And they had very extensive procedures in terms of how to track odor. So there's a way to do it. It's hard to pin down, it's hard to prove, but what we're trying to do is to balance the rights of people who live in that area with the rights of folks that are here this evening who want the ability to operate there and to continue to operate. So I just want to remind people that it's a balancing act. We're trying to do the best we can with what we know to be true. People have objected to law enforcement being involved in the process to regulate that, but that's a fairly typical thing. There's nothing nefarious about that. It's just something we use the same group of people to respond to issues under the Good Neighbor Ordinance for lighting, for noise. So it's not picking on cannabis. The final thing I'll say is that if you were to look at the progress of the cannabis industry in the state of Maine, I think everybody realizes that far from being, the poor neighbor, this business has exploded in the state of Maine. So folks trying to suggest that we're suppressing it or we're going to run the business out of town or somehow run it out of the state, I think that's highly misguided and highly unlikely. So I would just ask folks to try to remember those things as starting points, and that we'll work together, hopefully amicably, to arrive at something that will be acceptable to residents, but also workable for people who have the right to operate businesses here, but no guarantee of that.
Counselor Siding.
I guess I'll just open with comments on like
Direct.
the real reason that we're here, and this is an ordinance, that this is an agenda item, is to specifically address the suggested edits that were made to the agenda, to the ordinance itself. And so I think I'll keep the majority of my comments strictly to those. And so if you want to get into that, we can,
go ahead.
we can tackle that. In recognition of how much work went into trying to develop an enforcement policy and try and figure out what the balance was for, how to verify calls, who made calls, what the range on calls was going to be. I mean, to use Counselor Hamill's words, it was a balancing act, and we're doing the best we can. But the bottom line is that we have an ordinance that is not enforceable because the odor is being detected outside of the business, and that is in violation of the ordinance. And so we have a problem, like we have a problem we have to fix. And if that means changing the ordinance to better suit the situation that's playing out, then that's one tactic that we can take. And I think at this point, one of the things that I heard and really resonated with me was that this continues to be an enforcement issue. And so for me, I don't feel right. I don't feel like it is balanced to suggest that I am in favor of completely removing cannabis from any part of town until we have an ordinance that works. And if we can't arrive at an ordinance that works, then we'll address that. And I know that is a slower process for some than some people would like to see. But step one is to get this enforcement, get our arms around this enforcement piece. And so I'm in favor of the changes that are suggested. I think, we had put in too lengthy of a process before and it's just not tenable. So I think we need to scale it back.
I also feel that let's take it in steps here, rather than jumping right to the, shutting down, moving it all to one place, amortization and whatever, and it may occur. It's still, I mean, I'm still interested in that, but let's do it one step at a time. I agree that the enforcement piece has been the missing piece that I want to give it a whirl, so to speak. What has been written here, it's under section, it's on page 13, section 11. We've got A is section of the ordinance may be enforced by any code enforcement or law enforcement officer. I get the wariness of having the law enforcement involved. I'm a child of the 60s, okay, in the early 70s. And yeah, I absolutely get the so-called the bugaboo around all of that, but the way we would intend that, it's an extra nose, so to speak, with someone in an official capacity, and they're not gonna come in and bust you. It's just, where's the smell coming from and confirming what the smell is. Because Brian can't be in all places at all times, Mr. Longstaff. The other part of this is Jean Marie speaking here. Part of me is like, I know it's hard, or it seems to be in my experience in dealing with this business, to figure out exactly who was violating the odors. So part of me is like, do we make it that it's the landlord who's on the hook, or we say both the landlord and whoever? But the bottom line is we just need the odors to stop at the boundary of the land. And the woman who spoke about the agricultural purposes of state statute, looking at her, as a real estate broker myself, I know that if I've got someone who's buying next to a farm, too bad, so sad, you can't do anything about it. But there is no state law that covers cannabis. So at this point, this is how we're gonna operate with this, because we do have in Scarborough something called the Good Neighbors Ordinance. And another gentleman spoke about lilacs. You didn't like the smell of lilacs. I love lilacs. My husband's allergic as heck to lilacs. So, one person's smell doesn't bother them as another person, it makes them gag. So it's such a convoluted issue here. So that being said, I definitely think that, if you look at the line here that says after the 5th violation, the licensee shall have the license referred to town council for suspension or revocation hearing within 30 days of complaint being verified. I think that makes sense. I also, having heard from a couple of attorneys on this, I can see putting in there potentially, 5 violations within 365 days, or in other words, put a timeline on it. That makes sense to say, within X amount, a year usually is the way. And it would be the town council who makes the determination, because the town council controls licensing in this town, whether it's for bagels or coffee shops, restaurants, cannabis, whatever. So we have the ultimate say. So if I was hearing the speakers correctly, that seemed to be okay with most people. I would just like to ask my fellow counselors about, should we be adding landlords, or I'm looking at Liam, because Liam helps draft this,
I share
okay?
your concerns, Jean Marie, just because I know that we have facilities that have more than one licensee inside, and I don't know. educated enough to know whether or not you can determine whether it's coming from suite A, B, or C. I
Right.
don't know.
William?
Therein lies one of the challenges, that we do have, and it's not just Snow Canning Road. We have other facilities in town that
Yeah.
have multiple licensees with different business owners. And so, and we also have facilities that are in fairly separate facilities that are in fairly close proximity to one another. And so those are perhaps a little bit easier to determine whether it's one facility versus another, depending on some factors. But yeah, I think expanding the responsibility to the landlord, I think that the previous version of this enforcement language did make a distinction between licensee and licensed premises or landlord. And that was really within the scope of fines and penalties. If you can't determine which licensee within the larger facility was at fault, you could assess a penalty to the landlord. I think when you're talking about suspension or revocation hearings, and you can't determine that, then you're effectively bringing all of those licensees before council or licenses before council, which is, again, absent the complaints diminishing and that threshold not being met, that is what the council is potentially facing if they adopt this language.
Part of what I'm looking at with it is, I would assume, and it's dangerous to assume anything, 'cause you know what it means, makes a what of you and me, is there'd be some peer pressure on the part of people who share spaces, that if one person is not doing what they should be doing, then the others within that space would be like, hey, come on, Susie Q, get with it, because I don't want to endanger where we're at or what we're doing. But maybe I'm naive about that. I would hope not.
Naive or not,
Look
that
at their
makes
all-
me,
Yeah. I'm
that
like,
makes me nervous.
I know.
Just fundamentally, just this idea that we would, that there.
Rat on each other.
Well, and not even just that, but just that there would be kind of a blanket repercussion for everyone. I don't wanna, I don't know how we identify who is in violation.
Yeah, not a new issue. I mean, we had an expert who happens to be a resident in town who did a whole study and a long presentation. And several of us were present for that. All of us were probably present for that, probably remember that. And the only way to, and the operators, I'm sure, know this already, so forgive me if I'm being repetitive, but the only way to really control odor is to have a closed system and something that's, a charcoal filtered system. So there's a way to do it, but it's
Not
expensive
happening.
and it's hard to assign accountability and responsibility. So, but I think that there needs to be some kind of shared responsibility somewhere between the owner and operator of the facility as well as the individual businesses. But that facility, it's just expanded dramatically. I don't have the statistics, but I mean, just looking at one statistic here, I'm sure the operators know this better than anybody, but in a year, annual sales of cannabis in Maine went from 82 million to almost 160 million. That's a pretty healthy 1 year increase.
I know, but
so-
that being as it is, let's stay focused on what
Yeah.
we've got here with the
Yeah.
odor.
My point on that one is
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're, if we were to really look at our own statistics, and we don't really have them, if you pick any measure, number of licenses, revenues, taxes paid, pick any one of those, and I'm sure we could pick them, ask Liam to do an analysis. They're up their eyeballs now in the middle of the budget process and several other things. So we're not going to do that. But,
Mhm.
I think people understand the volume, driving this, and, it's been an upsurge in activity. I'm sure that's a factor. And not to be critical of that or not to threaten it, but we do need to kind of take that into account as we're approaching it, as it's going to take us a while to get our arms around it.
Does it make sense to, and I'm looking at Liam, does it make sense to return this to the attorney and ask him for, how do we approach the, licensee landlord? Yeah, when you've got suite situations? Or,
I don't think it's a problem that an attorney's gonna be able to
Okay.
help clarify for us. I think the reality is that if we have a facility with multiple licenses and there's no way to determine the source,
Mhm.
then after the fifth violation, you're effectively bringing all of those licenses forward for
All of
a
them.
hearing.
Yeah,
I don't know how else you would do it.
Mhm.
And you're gonna be back to weighing I mean, the viability of multiple businesses based on this concern. And yeah, I'm not trying to dissuade one or the other, but I think
Right.
that is
Yeah.
a reality of it, that we are just, there's no feasible way that we've been able to determine over all the
Right.
time and energy and years spent on this to say it's suite 4 versus,
Right.
you know,
I know.
or 3 X road versus, you know, it's just not something that's easy to determine.
We just need to accept the limitations of,
Yeah.
of what we have
Yeah.
and the resources that we have,
Yep.
I think.
Yep. I don't know, I think the verbiage we've got, if we had that 365 days after the fifth violation within 365 days.
If I
Or,
could.
I was
No,
gonna
no,
say-
no, I think that's a great suggestion. I think, you know, in terms of the law enforcement concerns that came forward,
Right.
I think it's really just about having another town official with a nose be more responsive than existing staff can be with the limitations. I think that the purpose of bringing the license back to the council is so that the potentially impacted parties have kind of their proverbial day in court.
Yes.
To sort of say, this is what's going on and this is, so I think that's it's purposeful in not suggesting that after the fifth violation, they lose their license.
Mhm.
Is to sort of have their ability to make their case and get their due process.
Mhm.
So I think that's helpful. It may be helpful. I don't know. Again, we've received some public, or the council has received some public comments in writing with some of these suggestions.
Right.
I'm not sure from the cannabis community if there is a threshold that feels, I'm sure perhaps probably just the higher the better. I don't know, but soliciting some of that commentary might be helpful between now and when this issue either has another discussion at ordinance or goes to council might be helpful for
Well,
them.
that's where I'm at. It's like, are we ready to send this to council? And remember that if it goes to council, you still have hearings and whatever. So it's not like it goes and the next day it becomes law. That's not how it works. I'm looking at my fellow.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah, we've got to move forward in some fashion. We talked about how we bracketed this thing from the one part of assigning accountability to law enforcement. The other one is to, you know, address it more, you know, more broadly, over time. And that's the amortization route that's, you know, a long way off and many steps away. But if we don't start moving in that direction, this is not going to go anywhere.
Right.
And I don't think anyone's going to accept us just doing nothing. I hear that loud and clear from everybody. The folks here are not happy that they're here and they have to talk about it. And the folks that are complaining about the smells are not happy. And we're moving into the warm season now, and here come the seasonal residents
Oh, I know.
and, you know, and so forth. So, and folks that are paying money to, you know, rent houses and spend their summers on the beach, you know, you're not gonna hear less noise, you're gonna hear more noise. So, and those folks have rates too, even though if they're renting. So they're, you know, so, you know, that's the world we live in here.
April.
I support what's written here. I do think that adding the 365-day timeframe to the last part of Part C is a good idea. I think I just have to acknowledge that we have exhausted our ability as just a committee of the council. At this point, this is our best suggestion that I can put forward to try and still arrive at a solution. And so I think at this point, I would be ready to move this
Okay.
to
Wanna make a
council.
motion?
Can I-
Please.
Oh, Liam would like to.
Oh,
Just to
sorry.
clarify, I think the suggestion was during the 12-month licensing period. Again, one of the changes that was made last August is that there's a defined September 1st through October or August 30th.
Yeah.
So 5 or more violations during that period as opposed to a 365-day window, which would be a sort of a perhaps a
However,
a
yeah.
rolling
I'm open to
window.
whatever,
But I want to
the-
make
the-
it,
whatever
I
the
don't want it
language
to be
is.
hanging out there as not
Yeah.
as, what do we mean, 5 and 5 days, or, what are we talking about here? Yeah, okay. Motion, how would we word that?
Well, you'd offered the concept of a rolling time frame, so I think that, right, I mean,
Yeah, I think I'm suggesting that just to make it clean, 5 or more violations within the licensing period.
Within
is what-
licensing
yeah, yeah,
period, okay.
yeah, yeah. And that resets in the next licensing period, right? So there's an automatic reset.
Okay. Is that form of a motion?
Yeah, so with the language change to include, parameters for the date, I will move that the committee sends this to the full council.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
Do I
not
have a
opposed,
second?
yeah, that's a second, and just with a comment, I'm not opposed to that, but we'll see, we don't know unless we try, so.
well, it's gotta go
give
to
it a shot.
council, I
Yeah,
mean, we're
and
just
hear
the
what they have to
starting
say.
point.
Yeah.
And any other conversation on that? Put it up for a vote? All in favor? That's unanimous. So the next step on this is it will go to council with it's been changed so that it's 5 or more violations within the licensing period. That puts parameters around that. And we'll start from there. I strongly suggest, obviously you guys have, this is your business, this is your whatever. You can start talking to the council as a whole, on this, but it's gonna leave ordinance for right now. And then go to the council. I'm not sure when it will hit council, but
Leadership discussed whether or not something would come out of ordinance today. Given that something just did come out of ordinance, I will touch base with leadership
Okay.
and see what Nick and
She's our vice chair.
I'm the vice chair. With the caveat being that Chairman McGee will not be there on the 17th and that I will be running the meeting.
Oh,
And so I can touch base with him and see whether he
Okay.
wants to put this through.
So pay close attention. I'm sure you guys will. All right?
I
that's-
would say plan on the 17th.
Okay. Let's plan on the 17th unless you hear otherwise from us.
Lucky you.
Town council.
No,
April,
week from today.
that's one week.
Just to, so
That would
this-
be first hearing. Okay?
Just to clarify, so it's 5 complaints from a resident, but is it?
No, be 5. It's gonna be 5 with Liam.
the proposed language was,
Hold on.
so it's,
Not fair.
So no, hold on.
so the language stipulates that'd be 5 verified complaints. So a member of staff would have to actually go out and verify that the complaint is valid. There are currently no standards
That's the-
proposed.
This whole.
We're closed in there. Are they never supposed to open their doors to your facility?
I don't know.
I'm no longer a caregiver. I could give a crap. I refuse to give the state of Maine money. But.
All right,
as
We're
a
d-
patient,
all right. We're gonna move on to the next topic. I'm gonna give you guys, if you wanna hang around for the next topic, feel free. Otherwise, I'll take a quick couple minutes so people can clear out. What's that? Give me a call. 207-318-3440. I'm right on the website. Gotcha. right here. Put my mic on. I always forget to do that. The next is an environmental standards ordinance that came out of the Conservation Commission. And whoever wants to launch this, I have 3
Let me
wonderful people here.
share my screen. All right, thank you. So I have Pete Slavinsky representing the Conservation Commission and Angela Blanchett, the town engineer, and then I'm Autumn Spear, the planning director. So this really came about through a very extensive conversation with the Conservation Commission, and it's all about, the conversation started really about the marsh and what we are doing to conserve land in the marsh, allow for its expansion, and to really take a look at that. So we went to the Conservation Commission wanting to ask for their guidance and assistance in creating some environmental standards that we could put into place for development. And so through several months, several meetings, several iterations of ordinance creation, this is what we have before you today is the first draft of this. It provides protections for new developments. The natural resources are defined. There are different setback levels for wetlands, vernal pools, the marsh migration area, and so they're all treated a little bit differently. There are also vegetative buffers that are created, and so there are different levels of uses that can be done in each of these sections. And then there are also specifications for when you come in for a development, the resource protection plan. And we do have a place for potential waivers. We understand that as we go through this, we will find areas that do need to be allowed for waivers. So the first one we'll talk about are vernal pools. And this one, the natural resource setback and the vegetative buffer are the same. The little diagram at the bottom is meant to help you understand the resource being on the left. And then the kind of lime green line represents, in this instance, the natural resource setback and the vegetative buffer of 250 feet. So all of the things that are identified in the list that you can or cannot do would apply for that entire 250 feet.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I know what vernal pools are because I deal with it all the time, but could you just do a quick explanation for our
That's right.
audience?
That's why Pete's
Oh,
here.
Pete's gonna do that, okay.
There is an official definition.
Yes,
Yeah.
just if you can give us so people will know what we're talking
Learn
about.
something new every day.
I have it. I'm giving Pete a hard time. Pete can elaborate on the official definition if so desires. So it's a pool, it's a shallow depression that usually contains water for only part of the year. And so that's where our amphibians and different little critters live. We had to call them critters. And so there's a certain time of year that they can be identified, and it's really quantified by the number of eggs that are found and to where if it's a substantial vernal pool or not.
Yeah, it's really their breeding ground. So it's just a certain time of the year, typically in April is when the surveys are done. And then, as I said, the critters go upland, but this is what we need for habitat in order for breeding grounds for salamanders, stuff like that.
Yeah, and one of the key things that we found in our research is there's a range of different values that you could use for both setbacks and vegetative buffers for vernal pools. But one of the key things is to try to maintain some connectivity between adjacent pools. So especially if there are a number of pools in an area, it might make sense to take a look at those and potentially even increase the buffers. But the minimum buffer that we're suggesting here, including the setback, is 250 feet.
That's 250 feet, that's a state. And there were federal setback assigned to with that 250 feet setback from ground.
I think it is, yeah.
There's the difference being is we can be more stringent locally.
Yes.
And so I think if you go through with Army Corps or DEP and you're looking at setbacks, there's exceptions or there's different I don't know levels that you can maybe create a different shape. You can get closer in some areas, others. There's ways to compensate with a specific site. And so what we're finding is those come into planning board and we're like, how did you get here? this close to a vernal pool,
Yeah.
it's because they did follow those kind of
They follow,
guidelines,
right.
but it might not necessarily work for Scarborough. And so that's where it kind of looks at, should we look at these and actually be putting more protection around them, even though they are protected, but they're looking at a global level and not local level as far as what are we seeing for species or different things like that, that we're looking at it more fine grained, I guess is how I would say it.
Right.
And one of the things that I think is important that I'd like to dig into scientifically, being a scientist, I'm not a vernal pool scientist, but is because of the increased precipitation that we see in the winter and even the late spring months, I'm wondering whether or not vernal pools become more extensive over time. So, you know, something that we've traditionally seen shrink up over
Right.
time, potentially may get more expansive over time. So that's something to keep track of.
Okay. I'm sorry, I keep
Oh, no.
asking this because I'm
away.
trying to think the way my audience is thinking, because most people are not familiar at all with these terms, so.
So the next section that we have defined are the rivers, streams, or brooks. Some of these will have crossover in shoreland zoning, but this would also apply to those areas that are not identified in the shoreland zoning ordinance. So there's a natural resource setback of 100 feet, so that's the total setback. And then the vegetative buffer is 75 feet. So there's some different things that you can do in that 25 feet, sort of it's not a gray area, but it kind of is. It allows you a little bit more flexibility, but that vegetative buffer is your really special area where you're very limited on what you can do.
I'm making a face.
I see that.
You see my face?
I do.
Again, rivers, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, and you guys can correct me. So rivers are 100 feet. I know that for a fact. Brooks are 75 feet setbacks. This
In
is
the shoreline,
no, anywhere. If I were building a house today, I have to have a 75-foot setback from a brook, correct?
Not necessarily. So that's a recommendation that comes from
Is that a-
IFNW. And that's certain, like what we have come through with subdivision through the planning board.
Right.
Is
Because I
there's
do
a lot
that
of
in real estate.
recommendations,
Yeah.
but nothing like written. And that's where we're trying to translate that.
So it's
like,
not written in state? 'Cause
well, it
we-
is she's pointing out, if you're in shoreland zone
shoreline.
or you're in a resource protection area, or there's different. So yes, in some instances, no in others. I guess that's where we're trying to put it kind of flat across the
So
board.
what
and
we're
say,
looking at
we're
though
trying to
with
protect-
this particular ordinance is everywhere, correct? Or just shoreline?
this is everywhere.
everywhere.
And
Standard.
that's my
That's the
concern.
thing.
That's my concern. I'm just letting you know, that's
Yep,
my
yep.
concern. That you've got 100 feet, but actually it's 75. under
So as
state
you
and-
mentioned, there's that
That
25
should be-
feet.
I mean, I'm just saying, I know you guys are looking at more strict, so
Sure,
I'm just
sure.
throwing it out.
So one of the reasons that the commission in conjunction with the planning department have come up with 100 feet for this
Yeah.
is so rivers, of course, are really important. So I think the Nonsuch, Libby Creek, the Dunstan, for example.
Right.
They are tributaries to Scarborough Marsh.
That's
So we have good protections on Scarborough Marsh, which could be better. But what we're not necessarily doing a great job on is protecting those, I'll call them the arteries and veins that support the heart of the marsh. So this recommendation would increase protections for basically everything that creates the headwaters for the Scarborough Marsh
Yeah.
system. And that 100 feet also includes very, very large wetlands, which are basically the starting point for all of our different streams and brooks that flow through Scarborough. They all drain out of wetlands. They don't just start magically. So that's why we've gone to try to standardize that at 100 feet.
Okay.
So there's a lot of water in Scarborough, right? Not only because of sea level rise, but just we have a high water table, right? It seems like everywhere we're building, you've got streams and creeks and things. And so what's the impact of this? I mean, if you kind of, what's the practical effect of adopting these things? Does that mean it's going to be tougher for developers to develop because they would be infringing upon these protections? I mean, so can you give an example of like where you envision that might surface in terms of?
as we go through them, the wetlands will have a great impact as well, but there will be impacts. We have a map created that I'll show you. That you can kind of
I
just
know.
visual, it's not perfect, but you can visualize where the effects might be.
Yeah.
And so if you have a piece of property and then you have this resource running through it and you have this buffer that's required, so it will decrease your buildable property somewhat, but it doesn't.
Even for currently
Right.
existing people
Not
like
so-
me?
So this only, it would only apply if you were gonna tear down and start over.
Okay, so it's new construction.
New construction that goes through the site plan process or
Yeah.
a subdivision process.
So
So,
if you put an addition on your house, just as an example,
no, that
okay,
wouldn't.
that doesn't.
We need to clarify that a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was not real clear.
The intent,
Okay.
and the addition to your home wouldn't go through the site plan or subdivision. So it's clear, but
Right.
it's not, we can make it even better.
Yeah.
It was clear as mud. But anyway, keep going. I'm sorry. We keep interrupting you.
Oh, no. It's okay. So the next resource to talk about are the wetlands, and these are based on 3 different levels. So it's all about the size of the wetland and the impacts that the buffer will have. And this really is what sort of instigated this conversation with Conservation Commission. Through the development process, we currently have projects that will come in and they can't develop in the wetland, but they're gonna build a fence on the line. And Angela's favorite thing is you can't build it from above the
Right.
fence. So you're in the wetlands to build it. So we need some sort of setback to get people out of that.
Okay.
And so we went to the conservation really asking for some help with that. And what we've come up with is if it's less than 1,000 square feet, there's a 25-foot overall setback. The 1,000 to 10,000 square feet would be the 50-foot, and then over 10,000 would be 100-foot. Now, what this is important to understand is that we may be neighboring properties, and she has 10,000 square feet of wetlands on her property, and I have 5. So it's a contiguous piece, and I would still have to apply that greater buffer. So that's how that would work. Any questions on this one?
Next.
Then we have the marsh migration zone.
Mhm.
And the majority of this property is already, I would say probably 99% is already resource protection zone. So some of these, this ordinance, some of these changes actually need to go into the shoreland zoning district. This all came out of conservation discussions, but depending on how it gets adopted and moved forward, we'll have to take some of it out of this and address it in shoreland. And this is one that would go in.
Do you mind explaining hat
Sure.
so people will know?
So, right now for establishing setbacks, the highest annual tide is something that's used. The recommendation that the state, the Geological Survey has been doing for communities is to establish a setback using the highest astronomical tide. So the differences between those two are probably about this much.
I was gonna say.
But what it does is the highest annual tide changes every single year.
Yeah.
Highest astronomical tide is stable for a 20 to 25-year period until those numbers, well, right, of course. So there's a lot of variability, of course, around that based on what we're seeing with sea level rise and things like that. But so the idea here is the marsh needs room to expand. We know that. We know sea level is rising. The state has adopted scenarios of suggested communities adopt scenarios of 1.5 feet by 2050 of sea level rise and 4 feet by 2100 for sea level rise. The recommendation that we came up with here is to look at the greater of 2 scenarios. One is highest astronomical tide plus 4 feet of sea level rise, and look at what that inundates. So that creates your setback, and the buffer is the same. Okay. So what this does is it allows the marsh, which is migrating. I mean, you just go and look on Eastern Trail, you'll see dead trees on the edges of the marsh, or the hat plus 250 feet, whichever is greater. Okay, so if the hat plus 4 reaches a certain area, but the hat plus 250 is greater, the hat plus 250 wins. If the hat plus 4 is greater than the hat plus 250, that wins. And one of the things that I think would be interesting to look at in terms of this is whether or not this would be an alternative effort, whether or not conservation of some of that land through conservation easements could be facilitated, and that could help the community reach its 30 by 30 goals.
Any other questions on this one? Okay. So this is very small, but it's also in your packet with the ordinance. But these are the uses, the permitted activities that are allowed in each of the areas. So maybe, can you move the people so you can see that? So the vegetative buffer, the light green, these are the things that can occur or not occur in that area. And then the, in between the vegetative buffer and the buildable, so each one of these have different setbacks. These are the things that can occur. So there's a little bit more flexibility allowed in that area outside of the vegetative buffer, but not much. And again, shoreland zoning has very similar uses. And so depending on where this goes, we'll have to go in and actually amend that. And some of this would pull out of these environmental standards and be put into the shoreland zoning. But we thought for discussion's sake, it's good to talk about them together like this. Because once you start looking at shoreland zoning, it can be really overwhelming.
Oh, yeah. Quick question on pesticides. Just so everyone will know, I have 8 acres, no pesticides. Just we're starting with me. But that being said, this has come up before in the past with folks. How would we enforce this pesticide thing? That's always been an issue, including in municipalities who supposedly limited or whatever. So I just want to put that out there because you're going to hear it from people, and people are gonna go, what do you mean you're gonna tell me I can't use pesticides or I can't this or that? Because I freak out this is Jean Marie speaking personally, from my personal space, when I see these companies going around and spraying the lawns against mosquitoes and ticks and whatever, and I get it, but it's like you're also killing the bees and you're, doing all sorts of damage, or the runoff. So I just want to make us aware up front that that can be a hot button thing with some people.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a lot of public education is going to be key, especially for the areas around the marshes and also the rivers, streams and brooks. I think that's really, really important to do a targeted education.
Any other questions on this one? Okay. So this is just a snippet of the actual website application. And I will go ahead and go through our next steps, and then I'll take you back to that if you don't mind.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I want to see that map again. Yeah.
So this is what we've done so far. Again, June of last year to February of this year with Conservation Commission. And then Angela and I went to SEDCO in March and did a presentation for their monthly meeting.
Okay.
Then of course tonight, Long Range Planning Committee will review. They have reviewed the format of the document, not the actual numbers.
Right.
So they'll review that in May. And then Karen Martin is working to set up a developer forum, hopefully for us mid-May, to go and have more conversation, answer some more of those questions. And then of course, the rest is to be determined.
I'm personally happy to see the SEDCO and the long range planning, because I was gonna say, as far as I'm concerned, that needs to go there before we can do anything with it, in my opinion, but that's just me. But that's good. See, you guys beat me to it.
Okay, so let me stop sharing this. And then,
Can you go back to the map?
I thought I had it pulled up, but I guess I lost it.
Just real quickly.
Yeah. Let me go back to this link.
I thought you were going to go to the live.
I
And
was.
explain. I mean, that red looks really like, what? No.
But I have to, okay, so hang on a second. Now I can do it. It's out of my way. Okay, so I'm not sure why this is set up this way.
Yeah, if you can't get it, don't worry about it.
Was it at the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had it.
I couldn't see it.
Environmental standards.
Oh,
Drop down.
The layers.
I'm sorry. I can't see what you guys are talking about.
All right, but I'm seeing it up
Oh,
there.
I know. I'm trying to make
yeah,
this so I
yeah,
can see the whole
Yep.
town.
Oh.
I
Oh,
can't
good
see the
luck.
whole town. Huh? I don't know. Yeah, but then there we go.
Yeah.
So we'll just do it this way.
Okay.
So if I turn, my layers list is just usually not so big. I'm not really sure about this. So I can do, the way it's set up, I can look. Undeveloped parcels affected by wetlands. And so what happens, let me try to get that to
Yeah, it's gonna expand.
So then you can see the wetland, you want to drive?
Sure.
He's just-
I think the easy, I think.
That's like me.
This is, so what this is showing is this grabs every single parcel. So it doesn't, even if it's just touched, okay?
Yeah.
Every single parcel that is currently undeveloped based on these rules that would be affected by a wetlands buffer of 100 feet or greater. Okay, so this is the whole marsh system down here. It's not showing the existing marsh. If you want to look at the existing systems, that would be that. And then, so now you're just seeing that every single one that is touching that is impacted. And the wetlands buffer is 100 feet from that, from this wetlands layer. So that's the wetlands buffer. It's just a little hard to see. And then every single parcel that that wetlands buffer touches, so it could be literally 5 feet on a parcel, is this. So there are a lot of parcels there, but remember, we have a lot of water in Scarborough. We have a lot of, we have, I think Councilor Hamilton said that.
Yeah.
We have a lot of streams, brooks, tributaries, and wetlands.
Yeah.
So this is just showing a general GIS analysis of those parcels.
Okay.
The next one would be just to map the significant vernal pools that are mapped. It's the same concept. There's only a couple in there that are, we have a lot more than that in the town.
Oh my goodness.
And they just have not been mapped very well. So that's something that is a glaring hole, I think, in terms of an analysis.
But those would get mapped through the
Yeah.
development
Yep.
process.
I was gonna say, because you have to map those when a developer wants to do
So that's
something.
one way when.
So, but the big one to me is this one, and this is
Yeah.
the marsh. Okay,
Yeah, ooh, it's right.
remember, this is the marsh. So
Mm.
So the marsh migration zone is kind of this stippled thing. So there really aren't that many parcels impacted by this, if you think about it. I mean, there are quite a few, but
Yeah.
they're all adjacent to the existing marsh. And the marsh migration zone, again, is an analysis of 2 lines. It's the marsh itself, and then hat +4 or hat +250, whichever is greater. Okay, so that's what that marsh migration zone is. So all those parcels impacted by that are the parcels around the marsh system. Okay.
Interesting.
And again, most of those parcels are already in the RP zone.
Okay,
So, and the zoning is on this too, so you can turn that on to see how that affects.
okay.
Yeah, and yeah, there are these.
Because people, they're gonna read this, they're gonna see this, and they're gonna flip out,
Right, and
because that's what people do.
one of the interesting things is if you overlay a lot of these, if you overlay this red with this red.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm driving and trying to look at the same time. It's not working very well. With this red,
Yep.
we'll turn off the blue here. Yeah, there's been a good expansion of the red here because now you're grabbing all of the rivers, streams, and brooks. So this is telling us, so that's the marsh. This is telling us what actually feeds the marsh. Okay, so all of these parcels that are lighting up here are those parcels that touch a river, stream, or brook that feed the marsh.
Red Brook doesn't.
And again, these are
No,
undeveloped.
That's my brook. there.
And the way we quantified the undeveloped is if it had a value of less than $25,000.
Yeah,
Assessing, so it's not
Right.
perfect,
right.
but
Right.
that's what we
And
captured in
again,
this exercise.
the thing to remember is what this map is showing is every parcel that is just intersected by any of these layers. So again, it could be 100 feet on the parcel, it could be the whole parcel, or it could be 5 feet on the parcel. As long as that line intersects it, it will light up the whole parcel. So, do we have a number of parcels? Have we come up with that data? No.
No, we're actually working on that, trying to get that by
Yeah.
zoning category.
So that's the overall concept, but the real thing that we, as the Conservation Commission wanted to get across is that, I mean, and you started your presentation with this, is that the identity of Scarborough is the Scarborough Marsh.
Mhm.
And the health of the marsh is integral to the health of the community. And the health of all of the wetlands, rivers, streams, and brooks that feed the marsh are integral to the health of the marsh. So, you know, making sure that our protections for those is going to ensure that our marsh is a healthy habitat for not only all the critters, but also for people to recreate and use for generations to come, which is what we really want to get at when we're putting ordinances like this in place. And I'll just say one more thing and then I'll be quiet. Which, you know, we, in our Planapalooza process, over 86% of respondents said that protecting the Scarborough Marshes ecosystem through the preservation of watercourses and developed blocks of land is a significant thing.
Mhm.
And then in our town survey in 2023, over 77% of respondents felt that the pace of community growth was the most significant issue that Scarborough will face over the next 5 years. So between our 30 by 30 that the community is implementing and then improving our environmental protections in terms by using setbacks and buffers for our watersheds are going to be integral to the community being a resilient place in the future. So.
Nice speech.
I told you you could do it.
Questions? Tom or
Well,
April?
just a comment. I think it's great that we have this number of committees that touch on this and a lot of resident resources that we, have here in town that we're lucky to have them that are, also state resources like Peter. So, the question I have for you though is that when does the thing get triggered? In other words, like when do you, I mean, if we're talking about this issue of growth and development, this would suggest that, being fully developed, if there is such a thing, that date's coming sooner. So is there any, and you mentioned the thing about once you touch the edge of one of these things, it lights up the whole thing. So when does it really hit and how does it hit? Like, is it going to be coming to us through planning or, who's on the front end of this?
Right, so if this were in place today, whenever someone comes into our office for that pre-application meeting, those first discussions, that's when it hits.
Good to know. Your agenda keeps getting bigger and bigger.
April, you have any?
No, this is fantastic. I'm really excited to have other committees get a look at this. The mapping
Yeah.
is really compelling. Like that's definitely, I think will be interesting to people to watch the map change as you add parcels and you change the layers that we're looking at. So no, I look forward to hearing what other committees have to say and I'm excited to have this back in front of us again.
I know you're gonna get pushback, just because of my life, from different groups, developers in particular, who will have concerns with, if we're putting this in, you're taking away my development rights, so to speak, that this looks more, strict than what's currently in place, but with the states and feds. So, that's why I'm glad to see that we're gonna talk to developers and whatever, because the more people we can bring along, please expect, I can't imagine that this is gonna come out on the other end looking exactly like this, but, we'll see what happens with it. If I were queen of the world, I'd be like, yeah, sure, let's do it, but I'm not, so.
My guess is, see that proposal for a 7-story building comes back up sometime sooner than.
What's that got to do with this?
I'm just saying.
A good point.
Oh, that's true. It's going up as opposed to going out.
I'm not asking it, I'm just saying.
No, I agree. Any other questions? It sounds like you guys have your timeline ready to go. I support your timeline. What do we need to do?
So after we finish with what we have, we'll come back to you all.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep, absolutely.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And I'll see you along the way.
is this thing available publicly now?
This is all on our website. If you go to the planning page or engineering, you can find it under environmental standards, the maps out there, everything, so.
Yep. Very cool.
We do have to thank the GIS department for.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, no, having GIS mapping's critical for folks so they can look up their own
Yeah.
few parcels of
Agreed.
land. And again, I think emphasizing this is new construction.
Mhm.
So that people aren't going, oh my God, you
Right.
know, I live on Red Brook, you know, I can't add a bedroom or, you know what I'm saying, whatever. Not that I'm planning on doing anything, but I just, no.
I think before I take it somewhere else, I'll even add a little bit more clarifying language.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be very good. Liam, do you have anything?
All right.
Any new business? No. A motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
That's great.
Thank you.
I haven't read it, so I don't really know.